Eiropas ekonomikas zonas grantu reģionālā un kultūras programma no 2020. gada līdz 2024. gadam ir sniegusi atbalstu Latvijas reģiona attīstībā. Katrs no programmas projektiem ir sniedzis būtisku ieguldījumu kopēju mērķu sasniegšanā. Veicināt uzņēmējdarbība un stiprināta plānošanas reģionu kapacitāte, atbalstīta biznesa ideju īstenošana Latgalē, uzlabota laba pārvaldība un sadarbības starp pašvaldībām, veicināta patvērumu meklētāju integrācija, kā arī mākslas un kultūras pieejamība visos Latvijas reģionos. Lai stiprinātu ekonomisko attīstību vietējā un reģionālā līmenī, 5 plānošanas reģionos ir uzlabota uzņēmējdarbības centru kapacitāte efektīvākai pašvaldību sadarbībai ar uzņēmējiem. Uzņēmēji uzlabojuši zināšanas dažādās jomās, kā eksporta veicināšana un mārketings, sniegta iespēja piedalīties starptautiskās izstādēs, kā arī izstrādāta un uzsākta īstenota uzņēmējdarbības izglītības programma bērniem un jauniešiem. Lai veicinātu nodarbinātību Latgales reģionā, sniegts atbalsts mazajiem uzņēmējiem jaunu biznesa ideju īstenošanā, kā rezultātā ir izveidotas jaunas darba vietas un īstenotas jaunas biznesa idejas. Latvijas pašvaldībās uzlabota publisko pakalpojumu kvalitāte, izstrādātas labas pārvaldības vadlīnijas, kā arī veicināta valsts pilsētu sadarbība ar tuvākajiem novadiem un dialogs Rīgas metropoles ietvaros. Patvērumu meklētāju integrācijai ir uzlabota sporta un brīvā laika pavadīšanas infrastruktūra muceniekos. Vietējiem iedzīvotājiem un patvērumu meklētājiem organizēti kopīgi sporta, veselības veicināšanas un kultūras pasākumi. Uzlabota laikmetīgās mākslas un kultūras pieejamība bērnu un jauniešu auditorijai visos Latvijas reģionos, kā rezultātā sadarbībā ar Norvēģijas partneriem visos Latvijas reģionos radīti aizraujoši kultūras un mākslas produkti bērnu un jauniešu auditorijai, tādās jomās kā cirks, laikmetīgā dēja, kino, teātris, literatūra un mūzika. Programmas īstenošanā nozīmīga loma bija sadarbības partneriem no Norvēģijas. To uzkrātās zināšanas, pieredze un daudzpusīgās idejas veiksmīgi tika izmantotas plašu projektu mērķa grupu iesaistīšanā un rezultātu sasniegšanā. Strādājam kopā konkurētspējīgai Eiropai.
Norvēģijas grantu klimata un vides programma no 2019. līdz 2024. gadam ir sniegusi atbalstu Latvijas klimata politikas izstrādei un vides kvalitātes uzlabošanai. Katrs projekts ir sniedzis būtisku ieguldījumu kopējo programmas mērķu sasniegšanā. Lai uzlabotu klimata politikas izstrādi, kā arī veicinātu tās plašāku piemērošanu nozarēs un reģionos, Klimata un enerģētikas ministrija sadarbībā ar partneriem projektā ir izstrādājusi siltumnīca efekta gāzu emisiju rādītājus pašvaldībām, atjaunojusi Latvijas klimata pārmaiņu scenārijus, uzlabojusi hidrometeoroloģisko brīdinājumu sistēmu, kā arī veikusi jūras krasta līnijas izmaiņu novērtējumu un izstrādājusi risinājumus piekrastes pašvaldībām krasta erozijas mazināšanai. Sadarbībā ar Norvēģijas vides aģentūru veikti pētījumi 6 nozarēs, lai integrētu klimata pārmaiņu mazināšanas un pielāgošanās tām aspektus. Zemkopības ministrija sadarbībā ar partneriem projektā ir uzlabojusi Latvijas lauksaimniecībā izmantojamās augsnes pārvaldību. Tika veikta plaša Latvijas lauksaimniecības augsnes izpēte, izstrādātas jaunas metodes un sistēmas augsnes kartēšanai un klasificēšanai. Īpaša uzmanība tika pievērsta kūdraugsnes pētījumiem un analīzei. Izveidots arī oglekļa monitoringa tīkls ar 200 mērīšanas punktiem un datubāze par oglekļa krājumiem. Projektā aktīvi iesaistījās arī Norvēģijas bioekonomikas pētījumu institūts, kas sniedz gan teorētiskās zināšanas, gan praktisko pieredzi augsnes izpētē, veicot tās aprakstīšanu un kartēšanu, analizējot datus un tos skaidrojot. Partneri dalījās ar savām datubāzēm un pieredzi par datu atkārtotu izmantošanu, kas ļauj labāk izprast un sekot procesiem Latvijas augsnē. Valsts vides dienests sadarbībā ar Latvijas vides, ģeoloģijas un meteoroloģijas centru ir veikuši būtiskas izmaiņas piesārņoto vietu datu pārvaldības procesā. Projektā ir izstrādāta digitalizēta piesārņoto vietu pārvaldības sistēma, vadlīnijas un metodika piesārņoto vietu novērtēšanai un iekļaušanai reģistrā, digitalizēti valsts ģeoloģijas fondā pieejamie dokumenti par piesārņoto un potenciāli piesārņoto vietu izpētēm, sanāciju un monitoringu. Informācija jaunizveidotajā sistēmā tika aktualizēta par vairāk nekā 250 piesārņotām vai potenciāli piesārņotām vietām. Atklātā konkursā īstenoti 3 sanācijas projekti. Augšdaugavas novadā, Ventspils brīvostā un Liepājas speciālajā ekonomiskajā zonā Karostā ir likvidēti piesārņojuma avoti, kas radušies padomju laikā. Līdz ar to Latvijā vairāk kā 122 000 iedzīvotājiem ir uzlabota apkārtējā vide, samazināta piesārņojuma ietekme uz cilvēka veselību un dabas vērtībām. Būtiska loma bija donoru valsts projektu partneru pieredzei un ieguldījumam, daloties zināšanās un pieredzē par jūras vides ekoloģiju, piesārņojuma seku novērtēšanu, kā arī piedaloties pieredzes apmaiņās, sadarbības tīklu veidošanā un sabiedrības informēšanā. Turklāt sanācijas projektos tika īstenotas 3 sabiedrības izpratnes veicināšanas kampaņas, informējot iedzīvotājus par sanācijas pasākumu nozīmi un Norvēģijas grantu ieguldījumu vides kvalitātes uzlabošanā. Kopā sadarbojoties, mēs varam nodrošināt ilgtspējīgāku un zaļāku nākotni mūsu valstī, Eiropai un visai pasaulei. Strādājam kopā zaļai Eiropai!
Your Excellencies, honorable participants of the conference, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, people of Liepāja, Latgalians, Courlanders, and everybody who is here. And I would like to welcome our online viewers live from Liepāja, where we have all gathered. And just now you had the opportunity to hear very early in the morning symphonic piece. So we opened the event with the string quartet named after architect Paul Max Berchi, so the Berchi Quartet, and we heard the second movement of Pēteris Vask's third string quartet. And actually, Pēteris Vasks is the most popular Latvian live composer in the world. So this was the first tone that we gave to this conference with not only a locally renowned but internationally renowned composer. Now we'll wish all of you for today's conference today in Liepāja to be multidimensional and resound. This is a special day of celebration, a special event. You have worked a lot and participated, exchanged. There have been happy days, there have been challenging days, but we are currently at the closing conference, which is dedicated to the Regional Development and Cultural Program of the EEA grants and the Norwegian Grant for Environment and Climate Program, so the results and the future perspective. So my name is Eva Johansson, so I'm glad to be here. I will be moderating, and it's great to see what Liepāja has done within the program. And it was wonderful to speak to new people, to international partners, and from my side, not being a participant in the project, I would like to say thank you. You've done a lot, but as the saying goes, the more you dig, the more ideas you dig up. And this conference is here not only to see how did it go, but maybe gain some inspiration from the speakers. So me and the organizers will try to take care of your well-being today and for you to feel well and to hear your ideas. And during the coffee break and during networking, you can create new projects, new ideas, take a look back, take some inspiration from each other, because there's a lot of us and we are all different. We are immensely glad to welcome our guests from Norway, Greece, Slovenia, Romania, and Poland who have joined us here in person. And I believe a lot of people are watching us live online as well. And this international cooperation ensures this valuable exchange and on how you can materialize these projects in different countries. And today, the people here present and the people online will only not have the opportunity to see the achievements in these programs, but actually practically take a look and learn what we have learned, to discuss. And I would like to especially emphasize the youth involvement in this process. I'm very glad that here in Liepāja, early in the morning, we have our Minister for Smart Administration and Regional Development, Inga Bērziņa, so I will ask her to give the opening words. So the floor is yours. Hello, Your Excellency, Madam Ambassador, Sir Mayor of Liepāja, honorable ladies and gentlemen. I'm truly honored to welcome you here in Liepāja today for the EEA and Norway Grant Programme closing event, together for a smart and resilient municipality growth. So we're here in Liepāja, which will be the European Cultural Capital of 2027. We are in the Grand Amber Concert Hall. I would like to thank the wonderful musicians. And the Grand Amber Concert Hall reminds us not only about our natural values, but also our cultural heritage. And amber is something that reminds us of values that we maintain and take care of throughout the ages and times. But at the same time, it makes us think what is new and present today. And I think this EEA and Norway Grant Programme, it's very multifaceted, it has a lot of people involved, and it is directed towards cooperation, towards sustainability, which strengthens and supports what we already have and helps us move forward together using these new opportunities, especially the digital opportunities, which are present today. Today, I would like to thank the Norwegian Embassy and the Association of the Norwegian Municipalities and the Norwegian Environmental Agency, and definitely all of the many partners from all of the countries, Latvia included, and our ministry as well. When the project started, we were under a different name, but now our name is very, very closely linked to the conference because we're the Ministry for Smart Administration and Regional Development. And I would also like to thank the planning regions and municipalities and local governments that have implemented these projects. So mutual cooperation is very important, the ability to speak to each other, to municipalities, to other countries and organizations. And through a cooperation which was clearly demonstrated in this program, only in this way can we reach these sustainable goals. And only through cooperation can we be louder, so that the regions and the local governments would be heard both in Europe and the world over. Additionally, I am truly grateful that this is already the third period for this program. So this is the third closing conference, and we put a full stop to this program. But we have a look towards the future because we're approaching the fourth program period. So I am again truly glad that our cooperation will continue, and it is in all of our hands to find the right approach in this new period and to understand the necessities which are paramount for us to work and develop in a smart way on any level, from local government to regions and the state level as well. Again, thank you very much for the work you've put in, and I hope to see a fruitful cooperation in the future. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Minister. And as Madam Minister already said, thank you very much to the Embassy of the Kingdom of Norway. So I would like to ask to the stage Her Excellency, the Ambassador to
the Ambassador of Kingdom of Norway to the Republic of Latvia.
Thank you. Dear Minister, Mayor, Vice Mayor from Bodø, dear colleagues, dear guests, and dear friends, it is truly great to see quite a few of you again. I have met you over the 2 years I've been here, so I'm happy to be with you here today and to take part in your closing conference on the EEA Norway Grants Together for Smart and Resilient Local Government Growth. This year we are also celebrating 20 years of cooperation under the EEA Norway Grants, including, as the Minister pointed out, within this field. And on a third note of welcoming, we are also very excited to see that hopefully, fingers crossed, it hasn't happened yet today, but it is going to happen today, that the agreement on the Norway grants for the next period will be signed in Brussels, which means that we can bring the sleeves up and start working on negotiating on the next period. As the Minister said on a personal note, just introductionary, this is a very multifaceted program in terms of partners, activities, and geography. And I have to admit, and don't tell this to any of the other program partners or programs, that it also has a special place in my heart because I started my career as a civil servant in the Ministry of then Environment and Regional Planning as a resource geographer. And I've actually been to quite a few of the dots on the map here. So hopefully we will be able to continue that as well. As you might know, the EA grants are funded by Iceland, Liechtenstein and Norway, and the grants have two goals: to reduce social and economic disparities within the European Economic Area and to strengthen bilateral relations. And Norway provides approximately 97% of the funding of 102.1 million euros to Latvia for the current period. That's quite impressive. The EA and Norway grant is a unique tool for bilateral cooperation, and it has fostered several partnerships in all of the programs over the 20 years. But, and this is a point I like to emphasize, a lot of these partnerships dates back before the EA Norway grants, and that includes also the partnership between the Latvian and Norwegian Association of Local and Regional Authorities. So we are building on an already strong bilateral platform. I would like to express our sincere appreciation to the Ministry of now Smart Administration and Regional Development, the program operator for the two programs we mark the completion of today. Firstly, 10 million euro has been allocated to local development, poverty reduction and cultural cooperation, with the objective of strengthening cooperation and capacity of regional and local authorities and promoting the development of entrepreneurship and the accessibility of arts and culture in the regions. That's a quite wide agenda. We are in Liepāja today. I have the city dear in my heart as well. And we've also been a lot to Latgale. And there is lots of reason to focus on Latgale. It's an important region in many aspects, not at least in today's geopolitical context. And this is one of my really true and dear issues of today in terms of talking about a resilient and robust society. The social fabric of a society is the key component of a country's robustness and resilience. If citizens that live in a community does not feel that they belong to that community, they don't feel the need to take responsibility in fostering and developing that society. If we can make people feel that they belong where they live and they're part of that community, that's key to that community's robustness. I also want to commend the contribution of the Latvian Ministry of Culture in cooperation with the Norwegian Art Council in lifting cooperation in the arts to new heights in fields such as music, film, circus, literature, theatre and visual arts. I've been here before in this great building, watching some of their programs, and I've also been to the Riga Circus and had the pleasure of experiencing the fantastic acrobatic show that was put on display there under this program. Through the investment made in Liepāja, the city has marked itself as a hub for the development of innovative solutions to the green shift, which is an area of common interest to our countries, not just under the EA Norway grants, also political and financial and in terms of business interest. These interests do not only align on a national level, but also on a regional and local level. And thus we are happy to have Vice Mayor of Bodø, Ida Gudding Jonsson, with us today. And I'm also very happy that we achieved to have a delegation of officials from Latvian ministries to go to Bodø and to see how Bodø works as a regional hub for rescue and search and for resilience, and to sort of foster that cooperation and development. And of course, we're very happy that the project team for Liepāja Cultural City next year were able to attend the opening ceremony in Bodø this year, which is the City of Culture this year. Back to the green shift. Norway is providing Europe with gas, but we are also investing heavily in green technology and the renewable energy sector, an area of, and this is not even necessary to say, we see what is happening in Europe today, increasingly potential and importance in the bilateral cooperation as well between our two countries, and hopefully to be continued in the next period of the EA Norway grant. Secondly, 14 million euros have been allocated to climate change, mitigation, adaptation and environment. An important element of that program has been to clean up polluted sites, 3 areas in total, including here in the port of Liepaja. And the embassy has actually over the last year visited all 3 sites. The effort in this field is not finished until all the polluted sites have been cleaned up. And thanks to the program, we now have a map of these areas. And that is quite an impressive map, and it's one of those things that we can actually finish the job on if we decide to do that for the next period. The cooperation on environment and climate change is a continuation of and builds on the very successful partnership with the Norwegian Environment Agency from the previous period. In closing up, as I alluded to in my introduction, today we mark both the closure of the current and the beginning of the next EEA Norway Grant period. And we look forward to discussing the priorities and negotiating the MOE for the next period with the Latvian authorities, hopefully starting up before Christmas. And in finalizing, I want to thank all of you who have participated in the programs and the projects as we mark the completion of today. It's truly amazing what you've achieved. It is very inspiring to see the broad spectrum of activities that you've been working within. And I wish you all the best of luck going forward. Let us continue to nurture the close bonds our countries share. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to Madam Ambassador. And today we have a great stage. You will see several speakers on this stage. And if anyone needs a translation, then at the entrance there are headphones, and some of the content will be also in English. And those who are watching online, there are 3 channels, Latvian, English, or the one, and you choose the one which best suits you. So we have started quite well. We are saying it's not a full stop, we are continuing. And also the ambassador outlined that we can and want and will be continuing our cooperation. And until Christmas, we'll think about the topics and areas where we can cooperate. And I believe this is a time when it's very important to be united. And in order to do it, we have to involve in our conversation everyone, not only those who are here in person, but also those who are watching online. And the opportunity to do it is with technology. So you can use slido.com. That's going to be on your screen. And if you use the code VARAM, V-A-R-A-M, you can get to the digital space. So those who are watching here and also those who are watching online, you can make your comments, you can ask questions. There will be time also during discussions, and I will try to ask your questions to the speakers. And you can write down some praise, some good things, maybe some criticism. But let's now try out whether it works. So let's try to join this interactive tool. And so the first question, which municipality do you represent? So we want to see how all the roads take you to Liepaja today. So we will see an interactive map with those locations and spots you come from. Okay, now we see that Kuldīga, people from Kuldīga have arrived, also from Ķekava municipality, also Mārupe, also Kuldīga, Riga, of course, Liepaja, Robeža municipality. I don't see Latgale municipalities, Valmiera, okay. So please write down, so which municipality do you represent? I'm happy to see all of you here, and today, during all day, you can use this tool, not only to ask questions, but also to share your experience, or maybe you want to make a comment. You maybe didn't have time to do it during the program, so you can do it now, because this closing event is a great opportunity to stop for a moment and to be able to continue. We need those moments to stop, not only to rest, but also to create something for the future. And we need it. Not only actors or singers, but we also need it. So we are here. We have a wonderful stage. So thank you to all of you who wrote the location you come from. Tukums, Bauska, Zemgala planning region. We are so happy to see you. So here also in person we have about 100 people in this small hall, and together with you who are online, we will spend a great time. And also, I wanted to outline today's agenda. So the program you can also see at your name tag. There is a code, and you can open and see the program. So, for example, if you're interested what is the timing for each speaker, you can check the agenda and you can see what time they are speaking. We can also see when is the lunch break and which block is at what time. So now on the screen we will see, okay, it's not going to be on the screen. So, but we would like to start with the first block, which is about municipalities. And the ambassador already said that it is very important for local citizens to feel part of the community, that all ages and all industries, people from all the industries feel united. And the anthem for Liepaja is the place where the wind is born. And also Liepaja is a place where there is a very fast development. And like right now, I would like to invite the mayor of Liepaja, Gunnar Sanciņš, to make a speech. And actually yesterday, when we came here, we looked we went to the sites and we were really happy to see how Liepaja has developed. And now I would like to ask the mayor of Liepaja with the first presentation. Honorable Minister, Excellency, Madam Ambassador, I'm very honored that you chose Liepaja as the location for this event. And Haralds, who is also sitting here, once he was teaching me that you should start your speech with ice breaking. And I decided we could together break the ice. And we can congratulate Eva on her name's day. So she is a moderator for this event, and she has a name's day today. Okay. Within the Norwegian grants, you can get to know what does it mean celebrating Names Day in Latvia. But if we return back to Liepaja, so obviously I would like to speak about the statistics. Liepaja is the third largest city in the country. It is quite small in numbers, but we have always wanted to highlight that, yes, this is quite small town or city, but it has great ambitions. And this has described and characterized Liepaja from generation to generation, that we are aiming towards very huge and ambitious goals. For example, now we are sitting in the Liepaja concert hall. The decision about building of this concert hall was taken already 110 years ago. Imagine, and only 10 years ago we were ready to open the doors of this concert hall. So we Liepaja people, we were always envious towards our neighbors, for example, Riga. About 100 years ago, in Riga, the organ of the main cathedral was built, but Liepaja people said, we need something that is bigger. And so therefore in Liepaja, now we have a great church. We call it Trinity Cathedral, and we actually have the largest, without any on construction, organ in the world. So also in the business, we are aiming at the goals that are important for us. We are standing shoulder to shoulder with Norwegian investors, and we are talking about and working together in relation to environmental issues and also manufacturing or generating hydrogen and other topics. But we need to understand that the beginning of development of the city starts with small private projects, and they are as a foundation for next goals and leaping into the future. And sometimes we succeed in them, and sometimes we don't succeed. And therefore, Liepāja city, with the help of Norwegian financial instrument, we set 3 priorities. One priority was related to young people, youth. It was very important for us to understand and also to raise awareness that this city, this region, and also the country is under change. And it is very essential for Liepāja, because traditionally Liepāja was a very strong industrious town, but also it had very strong industrial traditions like metal processing and also textile industry. And in all this, we needed to have this moments of transformation, and we needed to change in the industry, and also in the area of education. And so when we were thinking what is needed for the next generation and how to achieve it, and we understood that we are step by step moving to the idea that it is very important to teach the foundations, the basis of entrepreneurship for young and talented children. And we created a small project that helps young people to understand how to earn the first money, to understand how to write a business plan, and also set some goals for the future. So those are these seed elements that I believe will help in some 10 or 20 years for the town, for the city of Liepāja to become stronger and also wealthier. It is very similar also with the Center of Innovation. So Liepāja is standing between the sea and what lakes? 2 lakes. What are the lakes? Anyone can name both of the lakes near to Liepāja? Mrs. Bērziņa. So Liepāja, there is Liepāja Lake and Tosmara Lake, and the Baltic Sea. And there is a canal in between joining it together. So, therefore, for us it is very important to understand climate changes. For those of us that are on the coast of the Baltic Sea, and what are our values in the Liepāja Lake. So we developed Innovation Center, and children can learn about environmental protection over there. Then we also created the house for the nature, or the house for where we educate about the nature. And it is quite tiny, but when we will be ready for the next step, we can add some other buildings and constructions over there. And also we are the first municipality where the educational institution owns a ship, and this is thanks to the Norwegian grant. And this ship is used not only by our young people, but also the world champions. For example, this young man who's on the left, not in the middle. So this young man, he is the world champion Formula 3. So it means that also strong sportsmen, athletes, make a decision to help their city, and they take children around with this little ship and help us to understand our environment and nature around us. Also, step by step, we are trying to help our citizens to understand how to put together these microchips. And of course, I don't know how to do it, but I can see those young kiddos doing it very easily. And those will be people who will in some years work in our institutions, our factories, and they will be our bright future. And this is the way how we are developing and also having opportunities to maneuver. One of the most complicated projects for us is Karosta Canal. And I remember that in the 90s, together with my colleague Ivo, we were standing at this canal and we didn't know what to do with it. The environmental ministry actually said that it's a hotspot. I even didn't know what does it mean. But at the same time, we have really attracted a lot of attention to remediation of this canal. And we were standing there, remember, in 1991 or 1993, we were looking at more than 29 half-sunken ships. And we also saw that the batteries were sinking there, batteries that were full with acids, and they were sinking there in this canal. And that, of course, was a huge reason for stress. And we had a lot of experts who came here. For example, NATO experts came here. They took the soil sample and they smelled it and said, "Oh, it smells like there is some oil products." And I'm like, yeah, that's a huge discovery. But so we needed to understand what to do with this issue. And starting from 1994 or 1995, we had developed an easy-to-understand plan how to get rid of this contamination. So step by step, we got rid of those ships, and we also took out of the canal what we were able to do it. And then also with help of Norway and scientific potential, we were able to reach quite good results. And here you can see what was specifically done within the Norwegian project. So we excavated 145,000 cubic meters of historical contamination. Imagine how much 1 kilogram weighs, and then 1 cubic meter, and we had 145,000 cubic meters. And this type of projects give the added values to economy, also for young people, and we care for environment. And this is not only environment that concerns Liepāja. This is for all the Baltic Sea, because this contamination moves around in the Baltic Sea. And we can have big issues somewhere else as well. But our approach is that we don't look that one project starts and then it ends, but we are trying to have a complex approach and use several financial instruments. And here is a good example. We have used all the available financial instruments except Liechtenstein grant. So this is the landfill that was closed down in 1960s, and now we have transformed this area by help of Norwegian grant. We built this nature house to educate about nature, and then also with other funding we have created other natural territories. And this is a good example how we tried to combine together several financial instruments to improve the economy of the city and also to get a better situation for the state together. And for the next programming period, I'm happy that the ambassador said that the Brussels has given a green light. But I believe that altogether we have to think what are our priorities. We shouldn't just do like we did years ago, that we are aiming at the same priorities. We have to understand that the situation has changed dramatically. There are this turbulence because of the war and also climate change that we experience, each of us, in our cities and regions. So I believe that municipalities have to be assisted and helped, and ministries should clarify and clearly prioritize what we need to discuss. So thank you very much to everyone who is here in Liepāja. Usually at this time I don't invite you to go to the beach, but actually today the water is fantastic. So after the conference, let's go and have a swim. So have a successful conference, dear friends.
Paldies Liepājas mēram un novēlu,
Thank you
lai
to the
attīstība
mayor of
turpinās
Liepāja.
notiek,
I
un
will wish
var
him
teikt, ka
for
arī mūsu
development
ģimenes
to
pēc tam brauc uz
continue.
dabas māju no Rīgas
And
un
actually, our
dabas
family went to
pastaigā, tā
this
kā šis
nature
projekts
house
tiešām
from
veicina šo
Riga, and we
ekonomisko
went for
attīstību,
walks on the
pilsētā.
trail. So
Bet,
definitely
kā
it's
sokas,
successful economic activity in the
kā
city.
sokas Būdai?
But how is
Par to mēs
Buda
gribētu uzzināt
doing?
Būdas mēra vietnieks
So
Idas Guding
now we will
Johnsons
hear
prezentācijā
Ida
pastāstot,
Guding Johnson
kāda ir viņu pieredze
from
un
Buda
varbūt
municipality
praktiskie
talking
stāsti.
about their experience and practical stories.
Thank you so much. Honorable Minister, Madam Ambassador, Mr. Mayor, everybody, thank you for inviting us here to Liepāja, and thank you for a very nice trip yesterday to both the Aqua Lab and the Fab Lab. I'm invited here to tell you a little bit about how our municipalities strive to meet some of our challenges of today and how we plan to develop for the future. But first, I want to tell you some facts about us. If I can make this work. Yes. So, this is how we see Europe from Buda. We are situated here, way up north, even though this looks like south, north of the Arctic Circle. We are the regional capital of Nordland. This is our region there. It's quite vast. It will take you 12 to 13 hours to drive from the northern border to the southern border, the same amount of time that it will take to drive from Tallinn to Warsaw. Buda has got 53,000 inhabitants. We have grown for the last 50 years, but the population growth has now stagnated. And that is our main challenge, lack of population growth. The young are moving south, and many of them, too many, are not coming back. And the population is getting older. One of the reasons that we have stopped growing is that in 2012, the parliament made a decision that was quite devastating for our city. The Air Force base that had been there for 50 years was decided moved down south in Norway. So we lost 1,000 jobs just like that. So what should we do? Well, luckily, what we did not do was to resign. Rather, both the community, the businesses, and the politicians decided to start to look for opportunities. And as you can see, Buda, this is Buda, is a peninsula. And the Air Force base is over here. The airstrip that is both civil and military is like a barrier in the middle of the peninsula, dividing it in two. So we had to start thinking, now what? What should we do? And to make a long story short, the solution was to move the runway and the airport to the south. And when Buda launched this idea, nobody believed it would be possible. To move an entire airport and an airstrip is like a crazy idea. Nobody believed that it would happen, especially not the people in the south of Norway. But the politician in Buda decided that we should do this. We should stand together on this matter, and we were able to convince the government that it was a good idea. And now it's happening. The construction is happening, and it will open in 2029. So we often use this to describe the project of our city. Anybody know which? This is not from Buda. Our city was bombed in 1940 by the Germans, so this is definitely not from Buda. Anybody know which building this is? Florence. Yes, Florence. It's the Cathedral of Florence. And when they decided to build this cathedral, it was kind of like science fiction. They did not know how to construct that dome. They knew that it was possible because it had been done before, but the knowledge had been lost. But still, they managed. After 100 years or so, it was done. And it will probably take us about 50 to 100 years to fill our new city with 20,000 jobs and 15,000 houses. That's the potential. So, this will take time, but the point is that we are in transition and we have already started the work. So, there are two main development ideas. One is the city development, to make a living, to create jobs, to make people move to the city, to make businesses and so forth. And the other is culture, what we live for. And what we know is that culture is key. 10 years ago, we built a new library and a concert hall down in the harbor. The two buildings and their content has transformed the way that we look at our city, but also the way that we look at ourselves. Suddenly we are a city of culture. People enjoy it. This is the place to meet. And suddenly it was possible for us to make a bid to be a European capital of culture. 15 years ago, nobody would have believed that to be possible, that Bodø, a little town way up north, could be a European capital of culture. But in 2024, we are, together with Tartu of Estonia and Bad Ischl in Austria and Liepāja in 2027. And the main target group of Bodø 2024 is the youth. We have to be an attractive place for the youth, or else we lose. And throughout the year, this year, a lot of happenings are arranged for the young, or actually it's not arranged for them, it's arranged by them. This is from one of the meetings of the board of Young 2024. Now, Young 2024 is the youth arranging, planning, and making concerts and events for the youth. The board consists of young people, and they have a sum of money that they can give to projects all over the region. The board has got advisory groups, so that they are not just a few young people controlling it all. There is also a young crew making it happening, doing the practical arrangements, doing the communication, the social media work, and so forth. And this picture was actually taken by the mayor of Bodø in one of the festivals that was arranged in June. And you can see how the police and the youth are meeting, having a good time, enjoying themselves. So the goal of the Young 2024 is, of course, to make memories like this, but also to make structures and competences in the municipality and among the young, so that we can work over the years to come and ensure that Bodø will be an attractive place to live. Also, the Sami perspective is an important issue and part of the Bodø 2024. The Sami people is an indigenous group in the northern part of Norway. The Sami history has not been very well known in Bodø, and many people have not wanted to talk about it. Through the Norwegianization, a lot of the Sami culture was lost. But luckily, through the European Capital of Culture, we learn more about each other, about our common history, and about our diversity. 12% of the inhabitants of Bodø are either immigrants or have parents that are born abroad. And the international dimension is, of course, also an important issue. Over many years, we have not succeeded in making common spaces for the international community. But through the work of 2024, we are now seeing a structure and organization that is able to make this work. And the publicity that we get from being a capital of culture is, of course, really valuable. So, I also mentioned that people are getting older. I'm sorry, this is a clip from the Norwegian newspapers, but I will tell you what it is. It's, of course, very nice that people are getting older, but it also means new challenges for the municipality. We lack nurses, we lack people in healthcare. So the costs are getting higher, and we need to find new solutions. And we are now working with welfare technology to solve some of these issues. We now use tablets and iPads to help people living at home to monitor their health, to take their medicine, and so forth. And instead of the nurses now going home to all the elderly people, they can assist them digitally. And the patients really like it. That picture to the left is the mayor and an elderly man in Bodø. He's really satisfied with the digital solution. And he tells the newspaper that he can monitor his blood pressure all by himself, except for when our football team, Bodø Glimt, is, is playing, then he pulls the plug on the surveillance. So, what will be the value of our investments in city development and in culture? For the municipality, for the people, and for the future. We are certainly convinced, and even more than ever before, that culture is key. Even though we have no chance of having the same budgets in 25, 26, and 27 as we do this year, we have learned a lot in regards to how to organize the work and what should be prolonged. For example, we have learned from working with the youth and with the international population, and that we want to build further. And the network that we have got with former, present, and future European capitals of culture is really valuable. We really treasure that. So these organizations and structures and cooperations are things to bring along and will help us develop in the years to come. But last but not least, both the development of the new city and the fact that we can be a European capital of culture have opened our eyes to ourselves. It has changed the way we look on ourselves. Now we are not just a cold, windy little city way up there in the high north. Now we are the place to be. We have gone, as was the goal in the bid for the European Capital of Culture, we have gone from cold to cool. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation, truly inspirational. But the next speaker will be talking about small enterprise opportunities, about practical ideas and methods that have been implemented in Latgale. So now we'll invite Iveta Maļina-Tabūna, who is the Latgale Planning Region Head of Administration, and of course Gatis Vorošens, who is the owner of World Pro. So we will have the entrepreneur's perspective here as well. So let's hear what they have to say.
Vasili Liepājā. Prieks visus redzēt.
So I'm so happy to see all of you. Hello in Liepāja. Your Excellency, Ambassador Ina, colleagues from the ministry, the mayors of the cities, so dear friends. Usually we harvest and look our harvesting in autumn. But let's look back. When we started our planning, it was quite a long time ago. And at that moment, we didn't have anything to be proud about. Like the previous speaker said, that they had to look the opportunities and also difficulties, and the same with us. We had to think what to do. We actually had very, very few companies, 2 times less than in Latvia. And then also we had highest the index of poverty risk, the lowest GDP. And as we had so few companies, we needed to think, because many people left and we had to think what to do. So thank you very much for this opportunity that we could take part in this. And maybe it's better to see once instead of speak a lot. So video, please. So the goal of the grant is to promote employment in the regions and the results. Projects 28 new products created, 41 workplaces, 41 jobs, and total amount 558,000. The activities, the sectors of project implementation are as follows. Timber and carpentry, the metal processing sector, tourism and catering, maintenance of buildings, textiles industry, and also the property sector, education, IT, the car repairs, dentistry, veterinary services, advertisement, plastic.
Sāka uzņemt viesus
The guest house
gadiem, piedāvājot skaistu, modernu, stilīgu banketa zāli gan svinībām, gan arī konferencēm un semināriem. 3 labi iekārtotus gaišus numurus, saunu, dažāda veida spā masāžas, kā arī laimes un labsajūtas meistarklases. Lai dažādotu viesu mājas pakalpojumu klāstu, tika realizēts projekts, kura rezultātā tika iegādāta spā vannu vēl līdz Kilimandžaro. Karina Home viesiem tiks piedāvāta tiešām kvalitatīva procedūra, relaksējošā atpūta zem atklātajām debesīm.
Schools and 106 after-school activities carried out, and 2,807 young people and students were trained. Thank you for your cooperation. So, when we had an idea to implement grants, we had a joke, actually, that bank loans actually are issued only to the cities and to the people who live as far as Jēkabpils from Riga. And then after some time, it was only as far as Ogres from Riga, but not so far as we are. And so we had 3 project calls, and we were very happy for the result, because for our region it gave a lot of new ideas, new companies were opened, some that were working already, they expanded, and some companies provide services not only in Latgale region, in Latvia, but also in our neighboring countries, for example in Lithuania. And not only that, it also gave us as a region to opportunities to expand our scope of activities, and they are our clients also in the future. And now we understand that we have to work with digitalization, and many of our clients, the former clients, are also our clients for digitalization projects. So we are thinking about this efficiency and productivity, and we are moving forward. We had a lot of challenges. We had done something, but not with this procedure, and thank you to the ministry and especially to Jānis, because the work during the COVID that we worked and did to prepare all the internal procedures, it was a lot of work. And of course there were some failures, some errors, but in general, when we went together with Madam Ambassador to the companies and we saw those smiling faces, it was so great. For example, if you look at Agluona, you might think there couldn't be any cafe, but now we have 2 cafes in Agluona town. So this is amazing. So we had 3 calls. Now the 3rd call is finalized, and entrepreneurs are calling us and asking when is the next call. So I'm saying, yeah, wait a minute, this programming period has finalized. So let's see what's in the future. Another thing I wanted to talk about is I wanted to express our gratitude to our Norway partners and also junior achievement in the other project cycle. We understood that for young people we need programs related to entrepreneurship, the same as it's done in Norway. And so as a result of the project we developed 4 programs in 4 stages, special programs in 4 stages, so for kindergarten, also primary school, elementary school and high school. So here we have 2 books, you can look at them, you can also download them. So this curriculum, this program was tested 2 times in 80 schools in the Latgale region, and we had 30 lessons curriculum, and we trained 800 students. And we understand that those young people who continue their studies, they will have a better understanding, better awareness about entrepreneurship, how to count the money, how to combine various financial sources and many other ideas. So, of course, we had many other activities. In the video you were able to, they were enlisted, but very often we tend as public servants to talk a lot, but now let's give the floor to the practitioner. So here Gatis Voroshens, who is the owner of the company Wild Pro from Līksne, he will tell how was it to work within the project. Hello to everyone, I'm happy to see all of you in Liepāja. Greetings from Latgale region. My name is Gatis. I am the head of the company. We have a small manufacturer. It was founded in 2022. 4 people of us started with some used equipment, some small orders, and then we got an opportunity to get better equipment and also expand. So how do I move forward the presentation? So this is how our plant looks like. So this is renovated old building. Right now it's already 8 of us working there, and by the end of the year we will create 3 new jobs in welding because there is a lot of demand. So we are cutting metal and also welding, and in case if we need something else, we turn to our partners in Daugavpils, because the same as in Liepāja, also in Daugavpils, metal processing is very kind of widespread. And we started with 111,000, and in 2023 we already had 322,000 turnover, and looks like that we will end this year with 450,000 turnover, if everything goes as planned. Here you can see what we have done. Those are metal constructions. We help and assist large companies for construction, for also concrete buildings and some interior things. And about the grant. So eligible costs were almost 27,000. This amount doesn't look very big, but it was very useful for us because we were able to purchase 2 welding equipments and also 1 more equipment for binding things, and it helped us to proceed with our work, with our manufacturing more efficiently. And we were happy to welcome guests. The Madam Ambassador of Norway, she was able to see all of this, so thank you for coming. And in the future we'll also continue implementing projects. Right now we are installing solar panels on our factory, and that will help us to save on energy. And we actually already lack the space, and we are planning to build another building next to our current one. So like this. Thank you. Thank you very much to Iveta and Gatis. And are you giving those books as a present to somebody? Oh, this is a good idea. I will take them, and during the coffee break or lunch break, I will put it somewhere so everyone can look at them. So thank you very much to Latgale for the insight. Quite a lot of projects, and also in the end of this part, I would like to ask Elizabeth Ensinger from Norway to tell about the mutual cooperation between municipalities. What are the benefits and what is the added value for this cooperation, and also the example of Latvia?
I have been the project coordinator on behalf of Rogaland County and Varafjell Upper Secondary High School in this EU grant project Entrepreneurship in the Kursema region. This project has connected the Haugaland region with the Kursema region in Latvia. We've had students visiting Latvia, and we've had representatives coming from Latvia to this region. Through this, we've seen firsthand how important entrepreneurship is. Conferences, speakers, teachers, businesses, students, they've all given us inspiration, given us motivation, given us ideas and on how to work with entrepreneurship, both in the west of Norway and in Latvia. This project has also built an important network in the Kursema region and showed how important it is that we work together. As a final word, I would say, little summary, if you give a man a fish, you will feed him for a day. If you teach a man a fish, you will feed him for a lifetime. Thank you very much for a fantastic project, and we are welcome a new similar project as well.
Hello, my name is Darja Diresen, and I work as an international advisor for Elverum municipality in Norway. We had the pleasure of collaborating with two partners in Latvia, Ropaji and Vizeme. These partnerships have been incredibly valuable for us. Through them, we gained insights into working with asylum seekers, cultural heritage, entrepreneurship, and innovation. And these experiences have enriched our work and provide us with fresh ideas that we have applied in Elverum. So there are plenty of opportunities for future collaboration on many topics. We have many ideas that we are open to discuss. We are looking for a partner city or town of similar size to ours, around 21,000 inhabitants, as we often face the same challenges. Elverum is a town surrounded by forests, so timber is very important to us. At the same time, we see the advantages of projects that can encourage more people to move here or to stay here, especially younger people. So local development is important for us. So we are eager to continue working together with Latvia and look forward to the exciting projects and achievements that future partnerships will bring. Thank you.
So, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, thank you for inviting us to this final conference to learn about the project results, not just in the local development and culture program, where KS were partners with the Norwegian Directorate of Culture, but also to the climate program. As we just heard from two Norwegian partners in the predefined projects, they were quite excited about the results and the cooperation with their Latvian partners. They have truly discovered the benefits of international projects and cooperation. But I will tell you a secret. It is not so easy to find Norwegian municipalities who is interested in international cooperation. It is actually a problem. But We are trying to work at it in KS, where I work, and to encourage more municipalities to participate. We have made a list, 8 reasons why such cooperation is beneficial for both Norwegian and European municipalities. This goes for all of us. I will not go into all the points, but we have common challenges. It's not just Latvian or Polish or other municipalities, Norwegians. We are struggling with the same challenges. For instance, environmental issues. Working internationally, having better quality of services. I'm sure there is a lot of people here working in the municipalities, and in my previous job, I was working in a municipality for 16 years, and I had some routines. I did the same thing every day, and it worked. But then suddenly came in and asked me, why are you doing it this way? Well, why? I always done it this way. Why should I do it differently? Well, we are doing it this way. And these simple steps are helping, municipalities to see that things can be done in different ways. Recruitment. Those of you who is working in the municipalities, I'm sure that you did not dream of this when you were a child. Oh, I want to work in a municipality. Yeah, that's the best thing. No, well, it is actually very interesting. By using international cooperation in advertisement that we are a municipality who is looking to cooperate, it makes the tasks maybe a little bit more interesting, exciting. Personal development, I will come back to that. Funding opportunities, there is better collaboration within the organization. It does something with the organization when someone from the planning department and health department are going together on a field trip. Well, I didn't know that he was working there. It's easy for me to make the phone call. How should we cooperate to get down this silo thinking? And it's, of course, added value for inhabitants. And we do have a responsibility. We have a responsibility to work international and to cooperate. You don't have to go far to see to the situation in Europe today. We need to help each other. So, back to the thing that I said that working in a municipality is boring. Well, this is me on a field trip to Poland, a day at work. This day I had been in a coal mine the whole day, 400 meters under the ground. And, well, this is how I look. That was exhausting. I have a new respect for the people who is working in the mines, I must say. And mines is important in Poland, and therefore we were sent under the ground. And this experience actually gives me a better understanding, and also, of course, I was not alone there, but the whole group was down there, to understand the dilemmas with pollution, energy crisis, and climate changes. So I just wanted to show you this, that it's not boring to work internationally. So, what is the potential for project cooperation with municipalities in Latvia? And we have been challenged to ask this question. And before I do that, I would like a small exercise. I will show you some points now, and after I finished with these points, I want you to raise your hand if you recognize some of these challenges. Lack of skills and workers. A tighter economy needs tougher priorities. Growing health and care demands. Too many are excluded from work in society. Little time to cut climate emissions and protect biodiversity. High risk of crisis and adverse events. Digitalization efforts are not well coordinated. And democracy is under threat. Could you please raise your hand if you know any of, are you familiar with any of these problems if you work in the municipalities? Okay, I see a few hands here, 2 hands from Bodø, okay, good. So, these are the things that we are struggling with in Norway. And if you have raised your hands from the municipalities, I can just say that there is a lot of potential with working together. And the last slide I would like to show you, these are points that were stated in the political paper adopted by the Congress of our associations. And you should know that all the municipalities in Norway, how many is it now, 350 something, are a member of our organizations, all municipalities and regions. So these points here are the guidelines that has been decided by our politicians that we should work after. Strong local democracy, sustainable welfare, inclusive working and social life, green future, and safe and security society. And then, to finish off, I would just like to say that I have been working with international projects for 16 years. And do you know what strikes me every time I meet someone at work, or otherwise if I'm traveling also, projects, meetings, you know, study visits, everything. We are more equal than we think. We are so equal. We have the same issues that we are working with on a daily basis. So that's very easy then. Let's work together and find solutions together. Thank you.
Thank you for both the video and the story, but now the time has come to move to the section of the conference which is citizen involvement and cooperation, which almost all of the speakers have emphasized. So I'm truly glad to invite Haralds Burkovskis to the stage, who is the second deputy head of Ropaži municipality, to talk about how they worked with their inhabitants. And if any of you have questions to Haralds, so you can enter Slido and enter the code VARAM, and then you can ask a question to Haralds. Thank you. Thank you. Hello, Honorable Madam Ambassador. So welcome to Latvia, to Liepāja, honorable representatives of the ministries and municipalities. I'm truly honored to tell you how this project went. So, of course, you see the title, but I'm truly glad to see Mr. Gunnar Sansiņš here as well, because me, as vice mayor, because the next closing event will be in Ulbrok, in my municipality. So the Pearl of Ulbroka was actually projected or designed in the 2000s. And the difference between the Great Amber, the way Great Amber is different from the Pearl of Ulbroka, you can actually, you don't have to move the instruments anywhere if there are musicians there, because you can just push or lift the instrument and the player up in the Pearl of Ulbroka. So come visit us, and I hope to see you in the next closing ceremony. So, of course, our work in the project wasn't easy. So, just a small digression, you have to understand that the Ropaži municipality is part of the Riga agglomeration. So it's very close to the capital city. There's 37,000 people and 42 little towns or villages which are dispersed throughout the municipality. And the further away from Riga they are, the smaller they get. And there's one physical boundary that separates it, which is the Riga bypass road, which goes, for example, to Ogre or to Tallinn. And if we talk about Mucenieki, it's a town which is 17 kilometers from the center of Riga, less than 1,000 inhabitants, and for them, the challenge was how to integrate different people in their municipality. And this cultural diversity starts with the year 1999, when the Ministry of the Interior, in a previous military edifice, was transformed into an asylum seeker center. And the Latvian person was probably slightly cooler in a way, or colder in a way than a Norwegian, because you usually are solitary people. We would like to see that our neighbor's house has smoke coming out of their chimney, so it feels, oh, they are alive and well. We don't have to ask them how they're doing. So I'll be showing a lot of photos, and I hope the interpreters are managing with the slides being changed. So this asylum seeker center was broadened in the mid-2000s. It was expanded. So yesterday, one of my colleagues, I think my Greek colleagues, were the ones that asked, is this project a climate or education project? And it was hard for me to answer this question because there was a long night towards today. I understood that it's linked to both, because making a sports stadium in one of 42 villages, where all of them have the same requirements for a good life environment, with an opportunity to spend their leisurely time in a good way. So this was actually an opportunity to unify all of these interests, because nature is not only climate change. So we also have to talk about the geopolitical situation, which has this pressure of people migrating. And we first felt this when the first Syrian refugees came over here. It was a shock to us, because it was a question, how can we welcome these people in our society, because there's a lot of stigma in Latvian society about different religions and, unfortunately, even skin color. And as you could see, we've had 215 different events, and the stadium was put on essentially just a meadow, just a blank space, which has now become a well-equipped space for living. And next to the stadium, there's also a skating rink, which is quite interesting for the asylum seekers. Unfortunately, they often don't have clothes which are meant for cold weather, but they will have the opportunity for the first time, but hopefully not the last time in their lives, to skate on ice. But that's not it. That's not all. So, of course, this project was implemented when we were all in the same boat. After administrative territorial reform, we had COVID. Then, in 2022, this despicable Russian invasion of Ukraine, and of course, all of this affected the construction industry, and of course, we had to change our dates and procurement several times, and when the procurements were finished, the building process took place in 2023 for a very brief period, and of course, the opening of the stadium was postponed and postponed again, so we had to fill this time with activities so that people in the municipality were involved. Believe me when I say, from the legendary Nokia photography where you have these two hands saying connecting people, it has not gone anywhere. And I have to say that sports and football especially is something that can unite and connect people, because you do not need to understand each other to pass the ball, you just need to have two people who are willing to do it. And if we talk about integration, the best programs on paper will never be enough, because the reality is that you meet face to face, you see each other, you don't even have to speak through language, you can use gestures or sports. And these photographies show some of these activities that took place in culture. These were Easter and summer solstice and Cultural Heritage Day, which was very interesting for the people from at least 15 or 20 countries of the world over. So this was something completely new for them, a new opportunity for them to see the Latvian cultural values and diversity in our traditions, to learn new traditions and have new experiences. So these Cultural Heritage Days, we can see several pictures from them. For example, you can color your Easter eggs and have this bonfire for the summer solstice, which is something I think common only in the Baltics and Nordic countries. And of course we have dancing and beer and cheese and rye bread, which are all Latvian cultural values, of course, which was discussed regarding an initiative from another ministry, but I digress. So we had this opportunity to have these people discover our culture, introduce them to our culture. For example, also these medieval role plays or reenactments of battles. So we can show them that we are actually no worse than the people who have done this in Cēsis and Sigulda, where this is very popular. Then we had health days. So it was all linked to diet, actively spending your time outdoors. So with the Elvera municipality, we went to them, they came to visit us, and of course we developed economic ties, not only ties related to sports. So, but the difference for Latvia from, for example, in Germany or Norway or other economically more advanced countries, that Latvia is not the final destination for a lot of these asylum seekers. They spend their days, weeks, and months to see what will their status be here, and then they move away. And it was important for us to show them the first ABCs of European culture as such for the days or the months that they stay here in Latvia. Well, my time is up, but I had to do a few more things. Well, I know a few words in Norway, but also I have to thank the Icelanders, which speak Old Norse, and my Old Norse is even worse than my Norwegian. So thank you to our colleagues from Liechtenstein, who can say thank you in German too. But to finish, I have to say the old saying, which is attributed to the Native Americans: if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go for a long time, go together. And sustainability means to go long, and it means go together. So for all the municipalities in Latvia that have been involved in this project, it was a fundamentally wonderful opportunity to find new partners to have a partner to walk with together. So again, thank you to the colleagues in Iceland and Liechtenstein who have also been participating in other projects. So my slideshow has finished. We have also released a handbook, which is both available in print and digitally on ropaži.lv. And of course, there are some challenges which I mentioned, that we are a transit country, that we have a lot of stereotypes in society, but I believe that we have been able to break the ice, which is linked to this cultural diversity, especially in Mucenieki, because in Latvia and Riga, we see these people of other cultures on a daily basis. So this is no longer such a hot topic, what we will do with the refugees. So thank you very much, and I wish you all a wonderful day. Thank you, Harald. And everybody loved your presentation, so a grand applause. So we have a question from Slido on youth. So how Ropaži involves the youth? So we saw football and all that, but for you, as a politician and an active inhabitant of Ropaži, how can you involve and how do you involve the youth in Ropaži? Well, you see, the young people do not organize Easter or summer solstice celebrations themselves. They just come over to the events organized by the adults. And so if this is coded within them that this is a tradition that should be fostered and taken care of, so when they're small, they create this interest within them. And this is an opportunity to have the young people and the small people from the asylum seekers, so they might have children, and then children meet children, and the tolerance that young people, children have against what is new is much, much higher. So these rusty old people who sometimes have these prejudices, it's much easier to teach young children respect for the other. So thank you. And we have this wonderful, beautiful bridge talking about young people, because our next discussion, or actually I would say conversation, experience exchange, and while Elizabeth Palacios, Peter Zalba, Katrīna Uljāns, and Stolas Stensli have come to the stage, so you can take your places. Yes, please, all of you, you could stand up. And maybe we could just move our feet a little bit, move our legs, stretch out our legs, and our hands, and our arms. We can just lift our arms up for the lymph to move around. So let's just move our hands around a little bit. Yes, let's stretch out to the one side, to the other side. We've been sitting for a long time. And I've been always told, so if you're sleeping on one side, you should switch to the other. So we've had a very inspirational first part, so maybe we could turn the page. So those who can, you can turn around, and then we have a new picture in front of us. So thank you. And I will also be joining you on this wonderful stage, and we have also like arranged to wear the same light colors, so that looks wonderful. So our conversation will be about involving youth. From Buda, we heard that it's important for young people to actually organize the event they take part in, and of course Harald talked about maintaining traditions, and adults have to show the good example. So, but what is it really like? These people actually represent the organizations and the projects where they have had young people involved. I know that, Elizabeth, you have worked a lot with universities and with many projects where I've been involved myself, which train and educate young people. So maybe you can talk about Valmiera briefly.
How we are doing in Valmiera? So we are doing very well. I'm happy to see all of you and to talk about important topics. So EEA zone activities. So we first organized forum. Does young person need culture? Latvian youth and also Norwegian youth exchange experience. And then also Valmiera International Multimedia Festival this year, 2024 in February, we implemented those art projects and we chose a very complicated formula. Our project in the beginning was very complicated. We wanted to give a complete freedom to young people and also artists. We didn't invent anything, so we just created a system and a situation where 5 artists from Latvia and Norway met, and also 14 young people joined them, and they started creating from the scratch without thinking and analyzing what is important for young people and for artists. And as a result, we were ensuring so that in all the stages, all sides would be heard, their opinion would be heard, so there is no hierarchy between higher experience or less experience, but so that there is a democratic conversation about values, interests, what is important, what young people want to discuss, and what do young people want to talk about. Some important topics: environment, first of all, climate. Yes, climate change and our responsibility, also animal rights, and so on and so forth. So those ideas are resonating with young people, and I was happy to hear and to see that they understand what is the story about. They are prepared to become vegetarians or vegans. They care about trees and the water. They appreciate that we have this fresh water in Latvia and also in Norway. And young people were able to see proximity of nature. For example, in Norway, a young person from Oslo, they were not thinking about it so much, but young people from Valmiera, they were saying we have those values so close to us. And so 2 our objects were actually devoted to the trees. And this was something young people wanted to reflect about. Then also democracy, freedom, war in Ukraine. This is good that young people are aware of this. They talk about it. They like talking about it. And then also one of the topics was this joy for living and also willingness to have activities. In larger towns, there are a lot of choice, but in smaller towns, there are limited choices. Young people have limited choices to get to larger town, to have high-quality entertainment and so on. So those were the topics we discussed in our workshops, working with the youth from the project. They really want to enjoy their youth. And also for myself, I understood that this is one of the directions for the culture to give the space for young people. We had also a great example from Buda. We liked priority that young people is a decision maker. And we also understood this in our project. And this we see as an opportunity to continue to cooperate with schools and young people, and so that festivals is a platform where young people think and create and also get joy from this. They see the fruits of their work and also spend high-quality time in some youth rave or some other entertainment event. And what are the biggest challenges you experienced? A lot of challenges. First of all, methodology, how we work with young people. First of all, we need to respect young people. And this is something where we adults, we sometimes disregard. We think we have a lot of knowledge, we know, we have educations, and we have doctoral degrees, for example, those artists. But we need to give the space to young people and also to understand that their opinion is valuable. Sometimes we say youth is our future and that we trust them. But do we really trust them? Are we ready to say, to hear if they say, no, we don't think this is topical, we don't think this is important? So this respect for young people and to be able to hear them, this is something we need to work and we need to develop those who work with young people. Then also methodology. So a young person who has less experience, they come and we are like, what are your ideas? Tell me. And what happens? Nothing. And there are many ways how to work with it. We have organized hackathon, we have organized some experience exchange, design thinking methods, and so on. So we need to give a structured way for a young person how to find themselves, how to find the ideas, how to also start formulating them into words and sentences. And we as professionals in this sector, we can help them. And we see the system, we see this sandbox, we see this playground, and we can give stimulus to young people for them to create by themselves, not to tell them the right answers, but create this playful situation through hackathon and many other methods and experience, also going to see something, visiting something. And so then we have this interaction, and as soon as there is interaction, the ideas come, and the further project is just the question of managing. Okay, yes. So in this project, you were a producer, and it's very interesting to also to hear the opinion of municipalities. So Pēteris Zelda also is from Augstaugava municipality, the executive director, and he represents the project historically contaminated sites in Višķi municipality. So what were challenges for your municipality in this project of remediation, and did you implement everything? Hello to everyone. Yes, the hugest challenge that we faced was to teach people to understand what I personally can do to alleviate climate changes, because usually we think that this historic heritage, any contaminated ponds or also the fuel oil, some spots or also some other contaminated areas do not belong to me. They belong to some certain municipality. I can go there, I can complain, for example, that nobody is doing anything. But in fact, we have to do together. So therefore, since 2021, our municipality had a slogan, let's go and do together. And if we teach a young person, if we tell them what is water? What is water? Where does it come from? The tap water, where does it come from? And what is the impact of contamination on the underground waters and also the quality of drinking water? And so now I know that a large part of young people have changed their thoughts, and they understand that drinking water just not simply come from the tap, but there is a system and there is an ecological issue, and it could also be a threat for tomorrow if we don't have sustainable thinking and if we don't think together. I also remember when I was a young person, my German language teacher, she was asking, do we use some specific detergents when we wash dishes? And we were thinking, why is she asking it? And she was actually saying that everything that you wash down in the wastewater, then you are drinking it later. So it was the first spark for me to think that this is a holistic system and that it doesn't happen in specific spots, but it is a whole system. So this educating activities and talking to young people, so how much involved they are in the municipality work. So they have understood some climate things, but are they more active in municipal work? Do they participate in municipalities? If we look at retrospectively, so in 2021 we started with a project, what I can do to alleviate climate change, and a lot of young people from our municipality participated. They sent in more than 60 artworks, and then later we used them for the municipality calendar in 2023, and we show what is the understanding and awareness of young people about environmental problems. And then in Višķi, a location together with nature protection boards and also 20 teams from schools, we created some educational curriculums and also competitions, how young people should act if they see some environmental contamination. And in 2023 and 2024, we just expanded awareness, and we also involved Daugavpils city and the Zino scientific center in Daugavpils that was built using also Norwegian money. And we looked at this issue from the other angle, so how I can personally improve the water quality. And during the International Water Day, we organized some measures, some events, how not to pollute environment so that the water is cleaner and we don't need to make these remediation measures. So young people, you see that young people get more involved. Yes, this involvement is more. And I consider I am also a young person. And also Gatis, for example, who lives in Līksna, they have established a very good organization. We work for our local site, and they also involve young people to work, to do something, not only complain that somebody did it to us, but do something together and improve the environment where we live. Thank you. Also next to me is sitting the representative of Norway, Ståle Stensli, who is the representative of Norwegian Ministry of Culture. And so we talked about the climate. Elizabeth talked about art. But what is your experience when you look retrospectively back and you have to make conclusions? What are the main ideas?
Well, I represent the Norwegian Agency for Arts for All Children and Youth. And we tour, to give you a scope of what we do, we tour several thousand artworks to all 3,200 schools in Norway every year to ensure that all children and youth experience some kind of art 3 times a year. So we sell, if you like in ticket terms, 2.4 million tickets every year. And this is a way our contribution to use arts and culture to enhance smart and resilient societies, because we do know that arts contribute to not just foster, creative thinking, smart creative thinking and imagination. It also fosters emotional intelligence and cognitive development. And in the context of arts and dance and physical activities, it also enhances your physical being. Well, we not just tour arts, we also tour cultural heritage as well, which is a very important part of building what you call smart and resilient societies. So overall, this is on a national level. And back to what does it have to do with the local communities? It's important to see that we, on a national level, we distribute money to the regions. We have 15 regions in Norway, and we got 357 municipalities, and they're all actively engaged in distributing these artworks, selecting, distributing, and involving the youth. And I think that's very interesting here, how to involve the youth. And in terms of arts, yesterday we had a really nice tour here, seeing the Fab Lab, a really great Fab Lab, and also the Nature House, really nice projects. And that's like the STEM-like thing, it's reasonable. It's involving the kids in terms of enabling them what to do, or how to do it, perhaps, how to do it. But the question is why. That's why the arts come in. How do you promote them? Promote that why. And that why can't always be taught. That's something, as you mentioned, that the kids have their own conception of why they want to do it, what they want to do, that why. And this is where the arts come in as a stimulation for further thinking.
Yes, I just wanted to comment that actually this why comes before the onboarding, because it's the first question. I invite you to participate, why? So you have to pack in a way and, put your proposal as a product for them to just, compete with all the other things that they have. They have films, they have music, they have free time and friends and so on and so forth. And this is something that we have also faced, that we need simply to answer first why do I have to participate, why it will be valuable, interesting, and then the next step is already the project, the playground, and so on and so forth.
But
I believe that applies to everyone, not only the youth, that applies to the adults as well. For example, a TV personality, TV personalities have taught me, for example, that I have to give this framework, as I do, for example, today. So Elsbeth and Peters already mentioned these topics that are topical for young people. So so wonderful that there are these 15 regions where you have these art distributed. So what are the topics which are actually interesting for these young people?
To see what interests this youth, and we're talking to them, and that's very co-participation and collaboration is very important. And usually they to quote a young 8th grade guy who said, whenever I hear the word art or culture, I know it's going to be boring. And this is something we work against, because most youth, they don't really experience art and culture voluntarily. That's why our program is so important, to give them a diversity of expressions, a diversity of impressions, so they can actually choose, select, and compose their own kind of menu. But overall, what they lack is, of course, something that speaks to their culture, something that speaks to their way of seeing the world. And you said youth is our future. Actually, old age is our future, or so we hope to reach that old age. But, the youth that's going to secure our old age, they're into, for example, this hybrid realities that involves not just cultural heritage as going to old dusty museums, but also in that digital dimension. How do you combine their world with our world? And these are things that they really occupied with, that adult culture doesn't speak to their culture. So again, that sort of meeting place that you mentioned is really important to facilitate, to make sure also, you get hold not just of those who are smart and occupied with climate change, but also those who fall outside all the sort of conventional thinking. We have a very important principle in Norway: everyone has to come along, should come along, must come along.
Yes, I think that's a wonderful principle. Thank you so much. And we have a 4th speaker, which is Katrīna Uljāne, who is a representative of the Ventspils design workshop Rade. She's a marketing specialist, and she worked in this environmental program of the decontamination and remediation of oil-contaminated sites in Ventspils. So this was more of an educational project, is that correct? Yes, hello, that is true. So the project was in 2 parts. So the first part was educating young people in questions regarding the climate. So these were younger people up to 7th grade. So here we could observe several things which were quite interesting. First of all, what I saw is that it was very important for them what were the teachers like, and what was their stance for this question, because it's essentially at the very beginning showed what our attitude towards this question will be. Will we be active? Will we be involved? Is it interesting for us? Are we going to share how we actually address this question in our daily lives? So that was very important, how the instructors were. And the second thing I observed So the second section that we worked on was this renewed value project, which was very close to my heart because children from our schools were working. So we upcycled old pieces of clothing into something new and stylish. We had several challenges. We wanted to show young people not only this way how we can renew these things and upcycle, but also how we can get involved, how we can cooperate. And now I remember what I wanted to say previously, apologies. So it was very important for me to have this personal contact with these young people so they would actually be genuinely involved. So the veil drops when we move from email to WhatsApp, for example. We're not locked in our little boxes anymore. When everybody is more liberated, more free, you can see the fire in their eyes, and then they want to become involved. And a lot of them are very courageous, more courageous than we are. They're more brave than we are because they are never afraid to ask the question why. They will not be hiding that they don't see a point in doing any of this, so they show it. So actually I have a little story for that. So they come over. It's very important what the environment is like in this organization, in this work. And they ask me, so do they pay you well? Is the pay good? Is the money good? So this is a normal question for them to ask. So that's quite important for them to show why. And we do not hide anything, right? So we show it as it is, even if the truth might be ugly. So, for example, what is done to waste, for example, or whatever it may be. So that's what gives them this push. Yes, I actually had the opportunity to interview a previous ex-director of a museum in London, and I asked him a question about not maybe making youth too alarmed for young people, so not causing climate anxiety. So maybe not causing them climate anxiety. Have you noticed that? No, I haven't noticed much anxiety. This is something normal for them. This is not something that they started talking about yesterday. They have grown up with this information. It is popularized, and I think young people, especially university students, are the part of society which is actually the most environmentally friendly, and they are very prone to saving. So, and people who save are all usually environmentally friendly. All right, thank you for this short panel. So, just to review once more, so we have to give the youth the power to make decisions themselves, but first we have to give them the structure and give them this impetus for them to be able to have this meaningful action. And of course, we have to give equal opportunities to all regions, and of course, cooperation in answering the question why. Thank you once more to our panelists, and thank you for Ines Moorman and Martin Žduk, who were interpreting, hopefully successfully, into Latvian and into English. And thank you for being present for the first part, so we can move to the lunch on the 6th floor. We have exactly 1 hour, and we will welcome you back to the next part, which is on the road to a sustainable and resilient future. And we have also little booklets and videos and you can see in the foyer, and of course take some fresh air and meet some new people. So enjoy your meals, and everybody who is behind their screens, we'll see you in an hour online.
Titi.
Sveicināt priecīgie ļaudis. Es jūs aicinu tuvoties, ieņemt savas vietas. Un arī tos, kas stāv varbūt vēl aiz durvīm,
I would like to welcome you back. Please take your seats and we'll start the second part.
Droši aicinu jūs nākt iekšā. Welcome,
So
everyone.
please come back.
We will start in a minute. I'm also reminding if you need a translation, if someone doesn't have ears, please get it outside. Un tiem, kuriem vajag tulkojumu, var droši to saņemt ierīces. Un tāpat arī tiem, kas tiešraidē atgādinu, ka droši
Those who are watching online, you can switch between channels if it's needed. I hope you rested a little bit. I saw some of you use this opportunity to breathe the fresh air. Probably we didn't get to the sea and have a swim as the mayor invited. We can do it afterwards, but afterwards we'll have networking, which is actually better than swimming. And we will start the second part with really beautiful, very, very touching for your soul music. And it's gonna be the Philip Glass, Mishima part, the third movement of the string quartet. So this is a wonderful opportunity to see live musicians with live music. So let's enjoy.
Liels paldies kvartetam par šo tiešām
Thank you so much to the quartet. This is one of my favorite pieces of music. And Philip Glass, maybe this was a little bit melancholic, but with bright hopes for the future. And the same as us, who have come together today to continue the project that has lasted for several years and to share experience. And also in this part, we will have two presentations. One will be remotely, and then we'll also have two panel discussions. And I would also like to remind those who are in person in Liepāja and those also who are watching us online, please send in your questions in slido.com, so you can enter the code VARAM, and you can send your comments and also questions, and I will check this site during the discussion so I can ask the questions. And also greetings to our representatives from the Czech Republic. So thank you for your photo and that you are following us. And now I would like to draw your attention to the next speaker, who is Anne-Marie Moravik, who is from Norwegian Environmental Agency. That is a long-standing and successful partner with the Ministry of Smart Administration and Regional Development, which is essential in the implementation of the Climate and Environmental Programme of Norwegian grants and promotes a closer connection between Latvia and Norway. And Marie Moravik will give an outline about donor program, partners' role, and successful cooperation. So, Anne-Marie, please, the floor is yours.
Here is the microphone. How are you feeling today?
Yes, I'm great.
Are you ready to, after the lunch, sometimes it's hard, you have to gain all the attention.
Yes, and after all this nice music as well, so.
It's the best introduction. I think it's very unique.
Thank you.
The floor is all yours.
Thank you. And good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anne-Marie Moravik, and I'm representing the Norwegian Environment Agency. And it's a great pleasure for me to be here in Liepāja for this closing conference. It's a very, very nice city. For those who don't know us, the Norwegian Environment Agency is a government agency under the Ministry of Climate and Environment. We implement and give advice on the development of policy in the areas of climate, biodiversity, pollution, and outdoor life in Norway. And in addition, we are also actively engaged in international cooperation. And we are then appointed as a donor program partner, or DPP, for the programs in 8 countries within this period of the EEA and Norway grants, including this Latvian Climate and Environment Program. And actually, we have a long-standing cooperation history with Latvia, as we were DPP also in the previous period. And we find that our Latvian partners, they are both professional, friendly, and easy to cooperate with. So it has been a great pleasure to be at DPP. Well, the Latvian climate program consists of 2 main parts. It's about polluted sites, and then about climate change mitigation and adaptation. The goal to reduce the risk of pollution from polluted sites, that has been implemented through 3 remediation projects, and all of them have Norwegian partners. And I've learned that all projects has been quite successful and remediated as planned, so that has been very good work from the Latvian side there. And in addition, the Latvian State Environmental Service Center also run a project on improvement of the management system of contaminated sites. And our agency, as well as the Norwegian Mapping Authority, have given input to that project and shared experiences on how the Norwegian system is built up as well. And then the climate part of the program. That has mainly been implemented through a predefined project on integration of climate change policy in sectoral and regional policies. The Latvians have done quite an impressive job, which results in better competence and tools for modeling of climate change scenarios and warning extreme weather conditions in Latvia. And seeing the good results of this quite comprehensive project, I am quite proud to say that the Norwegian Environment Agency was a project partner in the project. And through the project, experts from Latvia and Norway have exchanged valuable experiences on how to facilitate and implement climate measures, both nationally and at the regional level. But we have not had all the needed expertise inside our house, so we also had to draw upon experts from other agencies. So along with the Norwegian Meteorological Institute and the Norwegian Center for Climate Services, we have discussed how to develop future climate change scenarios as basis for policy planning, and also national warning systems, criteria, and communication. And regarding climate adaptation in different sectors, the Norwegian Institute for Bioeconomy Research has contributed with experiences in greenhouse gas inventories for soil, and the Norwegian building authorities shared how greenhouse gas emissions are regulated in building sector in Norway. And also the municipality of Bergen presented their efforts towards more sustainable and green transport solutions. So this is just some examples on experts that have been involved in projects in Latvia. And I'm quite sure that bringing together so many good Latvians and Norwegian experts in experience exchange seminars, workshops, and discussions have been very valuable for both countries. We are facing many of the same challenges, and as you know, there is not only one way to solve problems. So I think that bilateral activities and projects where experts have the possibility to see and learn from each other, it is very important to enhance competence and also to find smart and more resilient solutions for the future. So, thank you.
Thank you. This one.
And today's final presentation will be from Siri Sordberg. She will speak online. She is also representative of Norwegian Environmental Agency, and she will speak about climate resilience and promotion of it in municipalities in Norway. And she will speak about the important role of Norwegian Environmental Agency.
Hello, everyone.
Yes, and we can hear you perfectly. You're now on the beautiful white stage, and everyone can see and hear you. The stage is all yours.
Thank you. I'm happy to be with you on the screen from my office in Oslo. I listen to this beautiful music, and I'm happy to to say something about how we work with climate adaptation in Norway towards the Norwegian municipalities. So I will explain a bit about also the political framework and expectations to the municipalities, and also give a brief description of our tools to help municipalities on their way. So as we all know, climate change is here due to the rise in global temperature, as we all experience. It seems that every year, and especially every summer, has stated the fact that what used to be a normal climate is about to change. And already we see severe impacts in many countries, and that goes for Norway as well. So, in addition to reduce emissions, which is, of course, a very important task, we also need to prepare for another climate. And this is a complex issue. Consequences of climate change will affect all aspects of our society and all sectors. So this goes for agriculture, industries, infrastructure and buildings, nature, cultural heritage, our health, and so on, as these pictures illustrates. So far in Norway, we have seen a 1.2 degree temperature increase since 1900, and this gives us about 20% increase in precipitation, which is, of course, a huge challenge. So the Norwegian Environment Agency has a role to play here. We are the coordinating agency. We support our ministry on the follow-up of the white paper, and we give them input in further policy making. We work with the local, regional, and also with the national level, and try to ensure that we all take climate adaptation into account. We have a focus on increasing the knowledge base for climate change adaptation, which of course is very important. So, very brief about the national policy we have. I think it was about 10 years ago we got the first white paper on climate adaptation. It was revised last year, and it states one very important principle, and that is that everyone has a responsibility for climate change adaptation. It goes for individuals, households, private business, and the public sector. And there is a need for mainstreaming in all sectors. And the local character of the impacts put the municipalities in the front line. So the municipality has the overall responsibility for social development, planning and provisions of services. And we have more than 350 municipalities in Norway. It used to be more than 400. So it has been reduced a bit. I understand in Latvia you have recently reduced your number of municipalities into a few larger units. That might be wise in the respect of this challenge to have robust municipalities. So these planning guidelines that we have put in place for about 4 years ago. So it's separate guidelines for climate adaptation. It gives a clarification of the expectations to local planning. It stresses the need for coordination and cooperation across sectors and between different government levels. And it clarifies responsibilities regarding the knowledge base. That means what data should be used and in what way. To adapt, we need smart planning and more robust society, for example, by securing continuous areas in the nature, by taking into account the risk of floods and landslides, by preserving ecosystems with significance for climate adaptation. And we rely on working in harmony with nature to become resilient to climate events, and that means that nature-based solutions will play an important part. So the guidelines states that nature-based solutions should be used when possible, and if other solutions are chosen, it should be explained why. We have a Norwegian Center for Climate Services that provide decision makers with relevant information as climate profiles. And this is short fact sheets that gives a brief summary of each county. We have 17 counties. And these climate profiles describe climate change up to now and the expected climate change in the following decades. And as you know, we have a long country. There are very different climate conditions from south up to north, and also from east to the west. it is so today, but it will be very different also in the future. So it's important to make the municipalities have a long-term perspective in the planning. And so what do we do then for capacity building in the municipalities? We have a small group of people in our agency working with this, so it needs to be done efficiently. We also play, the county governor also plays an important role here. We have 4 main priorities here. The first one is to establish networks in the whole country. One network has been very useful for us. It was made out of the largest municipalities, played an important part in developing further policy. Other networks are coordinated by the county governor and also contributes to giving input in further development. And then second, we have a funding scheme. It's not very large, about 600,000 euros in total, but it is enough money to run some projects to increase the knowledge on how climate change will affect different municipalities more in detail, and work on what measures it should be put into place. And the money enables sharing this information in seminars and publishing reports. And of course, we have a website where we share best practices, guidelines, sector information, and videos, etc. And then the last point here, we make use of webinars and a Facebook group. We also make some podcasts on this subject. And the webinars has been proven to be very useful. We do about 4 to 6 webinars each year. By this tool, we are able to reach the whole country. And the presenters will answer questions from people following these webinars. They are typically going on for about 40 minutes. I'm sure you don't read Norwegian, but this example is on biodiversity with a presenter from the Oslo municipality. And here is the second webinar. It's held from Norwegian Center for Climate Services on regional climate profiles and how they should be used in local planning. So our experience is it is very useful to have a toolbox with supplementary tools. Not only guidelines, we need guidance on how to use these guidelines. We hear from the municipalities and our colleagues out there. It has been very useful with networks, with the funding for the small projects, and attending webinars and joining in discussion groups on Facebook. So this was meant to be a quick glance into the Norwegian work. And I hope you will now have a fruitful discussion about how to work with an important subject, climate adaptation in Latvia. I'm sure this is an increasing relevant subject in the years to come. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Siri. Thank you for joining us from Oslo. We are happy that you were here at least via internet. Bet tagad gan turpināsim ar paneļu diskusiju.
But now let's move on with the panel discussion. We have 2 more conversations ahead of us, and I see that Slido has been bubbling with questions, and I'll take my place, my seat, and then I'll ask the panelists to come to the stage. So we'll have Armands Veliks, who is from the State Environmental Agency, Permissions Administration Deputy Director. And we'll have Kristīna Sirma from the Ministry of Agriculture, who is the Sustainability Department head, and she's working in the Climate Program projects regarding sustainable soil resource management. And then we have Ilse Pruse from the Ministry for Climate and Energy. She is the head of the Strategic Coordination Department. And in this discussion, the overarching topic, of course, is a smart and resilient municipality or local government. So we will be talking about how to use digital technologies in sustainable resource management and innovation to make smart communities that can quickly and efficiently react to challenges. And I would like to ask the first question to Armāns. So what kind of challenges did you have with this archaic paper format when you are making this register for polluted places? Hello everyone. First I would like to thank everyone involved in making it possible to apply and to use this Norwegian funding in this project and to create this new information system. Thank you to the colleagues from the Norwegian Environment Agency who told us about their experience, and we were able to use it in creating our new information system. Talking about challenges. One of the challenges was that the time frame was quite short. So the information system was created over the course of more than 1 year, from February 2023 until May 2024. We had to look for information in different places. So one thing was that we had to migrate data from the Latvian State Environment, Geology and Meteorology Center from the old site, and also it was a challenge to find the maximum amount of information on polluted places, about surveys, their results. We also had to work with the State Environmental Agency. There were some commercial actors that had old data because the State Environment Agency data was created in 2004, so that's where the first data appeared, so that's 20 years in between then and now. Of course, another challenge. Well, maybe we started with challenges, but maybe something you mentioned when you said thank you. So what are the benefits that you saw from this actually being implemented, the main ones? Well, personally, we see it in such a way that all of the information will be in one common information system, which will be publicly available. Both legal persons and natural persons, politicians, planners alike will all be able to access this information. Because often at the State Environment Agency there are often entrepreneurs or other people asking, I want to do this or that, but is it worth buying this piece of real estate? And that's very human, yes. And this will be one of the tools to plan your entrepreneurship and for a natural person to plan that, for example, if they want to buy land to build their home, so they'll see if the territory and the surrounding territory is polluted, if there are any environmental risks, if there are any hazards around or something that might impede on any commercial activity. So of course that's money and time that would have to be invested to remediate this situation. So we can see that all the monitoring data, survey data will be entered into the system. And for example, when performing remediation, the municipality, for example, will announce that there will be this remediation application. So a business might look and see that, oh, there's such and such pollution, the risks are such and such, And it will be easier to plan and offer to the municipality their own offer. Okay, but can all municipalities' inhabitants use this digital tool? Yes, of course. The system is available to everyone. Well, there's a nuance. Given that the data that have been migrated from the old database, there is some sensitive information, data from natural persons, commercial data. So this data would be available to authorized users, so owners of property and authorized persons. But all of the rest of the information, which is linked to pollution of the environment and which does not contain sensitive data, will be available to every single person, for example, to people in the local municipality. Thank you. We have a few questions online, so maybe I can ask Christine or Ilse. Well, this was not meant to you directly, but maybe you can answer it. I think it's a good question. So what are the largest challenges that have to be overcome to strengthen the cooperation between the two countries so that we can involve the digital viewers as well? Is it on? Yes, it is. Well, it would be just to take a piece of paper, open the computer, and have a good idea to submit for an application. So the very beginning is important. The project that we carried out took me 8 years, like from this idea to the finish line. So you need a lot of patience. Because if you're alone like Don Quixote, it's quite a large challenge to actually have the public cheer you on. So the beginning is the most important and the biggest challenge. And listening to my colleagues, see that these are technically complicated projects with machine learning, AI, computing centers, server capacities, all of these things are a big challenge, but still, this is a huge gain and benefit for all of us and has huge value, and I'm very, very glad that as a result of this project, we could involve universities where there were 40 people involved, and this is our future. These are young people, these are scientists, politicians, and future ministers. And this interdisciplinarity as the future, maybe you have a question, comment on this. Of course, starting is very difficult. Jogging in the morning is difficult, but once you start, it gets easier. So maybe you have another comment. Yes, well, cooperating with the Norwegians is very easy. It's easy to find a common language with them. It's easy to find where to cooperate on and to move towards a common goal together. If there's a good idea, then everything else can be managed. So I don't even want to try to make up any problems. Everything can be overcome with such wonderful partners. So thank you, Ilse and Christine. Returning to digital solutions and resilience. So how do local farmers and other people use the soil data? Maybe you have specific examples. So yes, this database and information that we have gained is very vast, and through this project we could essentially put together everything that we have gained information on the soil. So it's quite easy to use and to gather this information. So using precision agriculture technologies, if there's information on the type of soil, soil analysis. So for example, if a farmer wants to grow a specific crop, he can already calculate where and what kind of fertilizer should be used. So there's a lot of information that helps in farming. And farmers in the more peaty soils, they will not be going to such places with their own machines machinery. So they start looking at these things differently. Maybe there could be like an ecological landscape element left here or something like that, a change of perspective and some information that I had not considered at the beginning of the project, but this information is very important for military objects as well. Yes, in this context, definitely everything is changing. We have new contexts. But talking about what Siri already said to this climate context is the soil data. For example, you mentioned this landscape idea, but do you see any other potential in the climate neutrality question? Yes, definitely. As the previous speaker said, I've been working in the ministry for 19 years. I've actually carried out some other projects with wonderful cooperation partners in Latvia and abroad and with Norwegian Financial Instrument. I'd like to look at projects and carry out projects that are like a puzzle that can complement each other. And this project was in a large part under the climate program, so it was directed at looking at the climate policy, which would be carbon capture in the soil. And then we could analyze where in the soil can we attract and capture this carbon, and we can see which soils are those where we could think of decreasing greenhouse gas emissions. And soil renewal context is important as well, where some procedures should be carried out. And of course, there will be schemes for carbon capture, which will start in 2027. So there is a very broad and good base that we will be using further on. And we need to have climate neutrality plans and development plans in each municipality. There are many, many new projects appearing which have a great added value, not only when we look at what is the soil makeup, but actually we can analyze the benefits from each field for climate neutrality and other aspects, so the municipality can analyze how to use each area in the best possible way. So generally today we can say that all the information is available on our websites, and if it is not yet, for example, not on our ministry site, but it will soon be available. And we try to work with the University of Natural Sciences of Latvia, which again will give more added value when we can analyze these data on a municipal level. Thank you, Ilse. What kind of innovations do these tools developed through the Norwegian Financial Instrument give to ordinary people, and how has it, for example, worked in the context of this year's extreme weather events? Yes, maybe you've all noticed that in the past year we've had a lot of warnings from our meteorological services, and maybe you've noticed that these warnings are now adapted to the circumstances and conditions of each event. So they just don't say, oh, there's a lot of wind. They're more and more precise. So these warnings are now more focused or targeted towards specific places, not the whole territory of Latvia. So we could achieve all of this thanks to the Norwegian project support. So we had this early warning system, which was more linked to the potential effect that these extreme weather events might have. And of course, we have improved the connection between the meteorological services with the municipalities and the fire department, for example. So the data is also available on the Latvian State Environment, Geology, and Mineralogy Center. And there actually have been very good reviews of the warning system, and we have gained a lot of recognition for another tool. So with satellite data, as one of the first in the world, we have evaluated the coastal erosion on our coastal territories, and Liepāja is one of the places where it is significantly important. And if we believe the experts, something similar has only been done by NASA, but not on such a local level as we have. So these data are very important for people living on the coast or working on the coast. And what are the scenarios like? What does it look like? Well, in one word, is it going to be something bad? Maybe two long sentences. So on average, the coastline will erode by 30 meters in 50 years. In some places it will be more, in some places it will be less. But I would not buy a house with a view of the coast on the Courland coast. Of course, while we are sitting here on the Courland coast. But I think that's why Liepāja is actually considering climate change so much and is actively adapting to climate change. I've seen what is being done on the coast here, and that is the right thing to do. If we are ready to protect our property, that is all well and good, but you definitely have to evaluate your capacity of fighting this. And now you can definitely hear some chit-chat in the room of people concerned for their property. But yes, we have to use data, and based on this data, you can have solutions. So we had some scenarios of what might be the best possible solution depending on how much the coastline will erode. Of course, it might seem horrible, but that's reality. And definitely a lot of you have seen what's happening with the coastline. It doesn't happen because I'm saying it. It's because the climate is changing, the sea levels are rising, and we have to find a way to adapt. Thank you. And also, we talked about the warning systems. So as a human and as a journalist, I think this early warning with this large storm we had, so I'm from Vaivari in Jūrmala, where it was the worst damage happened. So of course it was during the night, so there weren't any casualties, but there was a lot of material damage. But of course the best and most important thing is to protect the people. And here, if we talk about the resilience context, that was what I considered. Even if there was less wind, in some places we had done our homework. Everybody was warned, and as media we saw that everything was well planned. And it's of course a compliment that there were no casualties. But lastly, I wanted to ask what kind of state level measures should be taken to actually improve our resilience and safety in regards to extreme weather events. Well, of course, we can continue improving this early warning system. We have to improve the link between the information on the effects, information on the weather events, and then we have to have these warnings to come out even more precisely. But of course, this will not solve the problem itself. Actually, we have to implement measures for adaptation. And one of these things that we did, another practical thing, a digital tool that we developed, is this e-learning course, which is still available. So you can apply to this e-learning course where you can learn all of the information on climate change, reduction of climate change, prevention. And this is an interesting digital tool you can use. and we have to adapt. A digital tool will not solve it. And thank you for saying that. And when we made the show Zaļgalvis, which actually talked about this issue on national television, we talked about adaptation as the main thing to have security. So thank you to the participants in this panel. The time is running at the speed of light, so I will take a look at the data and hope everyone else will. And thank you, Anne, and a round of applause for this all new information.
As
I said before, second panel discussion will be about safe and resilient municipality. So how to be prepared for crisis. And I would like to welcome the Deputy State Secretary of the Smart Administration and Regional Development Ministry, Ilze Oša, Mr. Aivars Okmanis, who is the head of Zemgale Planning Region, and Mr. Sergejs Maksimovs, who is the head of the Latgale Planning Region. Hello, I hope you're feeling good, and while you're taking seats, I actually have a very interesting question, and it is also interesting for me, and colleagues from Norway will have to answer. So you will think who will answer. So I will read this question. It's opening. So the question is, how Latvia's and Norway cooperation between institutions differ from other Baltic countries? So Latvia's cooperation with Norway differ from like Lithuania's cooperation with Norway or Estonia's cooperation with Norway. Any Norwegian colleagues ready to answer? Latgalian colleagues say that they will be taught Latgalian language, but you can think. So maybe anyone from Norway has an answer. So if you have experience with Estonians or Lithuanians, so what's the difference cooperating with us in comparison with cooperating with Lithuanians and Estonians? So if you're not ready to answer now, raise maybe later, but we'll ask you this question to Norwegian colleagues. Okay, but we continue the conversation. So safety and resilience is very important to face the challenges and also ensure the well-being of citizens. And a resilient municipality learns from the experience, so the future is safer. Last days in mass media we can see that our security is very important, and there are large groups of our community, our journalists and so on. We have resilience training and also training about propaganda, but municipalities also have to do something in this sense. So I'm happy that you joined us, and the first question is to the Zemgale Planning Region head, Aivars Okmanis. So what challenges impacted socio-economic situation during the recent years? So the challenges that are topical for you and maybe other municipalities as well. I believe in Zemgale region the challenges do not differ from the rest of Latvia. Maybe exception would be Riga and the region around Riga, and maybe Latgale as well, because the drones from Russia probably will not reach Zemgale. We hope so. Sergejs is saying that it could be. But if we talk about socio-economic challenges, then they are dealing with consequences after COVID, also accessibility and availability of energy resources and their prices, and then also lack of labor force in relation to the reducing of the number of population in the region. By COVID, it wasn't a big issue, but right now it is, and especially also talking about increased prices of energy resources, and people are trying to find better paid jobs that are available around Riga or maybe in the larger cities. So it means in our region we have quite large lack of labor force, high qualified labor force. But it is interesting also that large companies, entrepreneurs that work in our towns, they do not actually reduce their manufacturing, they even expand. But this is because they move towards use of technologies, and so this way they ensure economic activity. And here municipalities have to be very active, and this Norwegian project was a very good instrument so that those people who are still maybe able to become entrepreneurs, to involve them, to train them, to give them competencies, show the world, open the market, and in this way to improve and maintain the economic activity. So what activities did you do? So you spoke about goals, but specifically, what were the activities that you did? In our region, unfortunately, we didn't have a grant competition for entrepreneurs from this program, but we had an opportunity to create this environment. So we were able to take them to Iceland and Norway to experience exchange, and also in this grant competition, our employees, the employees from municipalities, were able to raise their awareness, competencies, how to work. That was a big benefit, but irrespectively of that, each of the municipality has to use their budget to work to create those programs and also work with new entrepreneurs and so organize competitions for them. In the presentations, we saw that people are moving away, and also in Buda there is a stagnating population. So were you inspired by the exchange of experience? Was there something that you can learn from how the other countries are dealing with this? I understood that we shouldn't be too dramatic, that the population is decreasing, but use this crisis as an opportunity. And also the space that we have, and also people that we have to use up to maximum. And I like practical examples, so maybe you can share one example from the most recent crisis and how you dealt with it. It shouldn't be huge, but a small challenge. Okay, I will speak about this general security, not socio-economic, but this general security. So 2 weeks ago, we visited Ukrainian town. That is our cooperation town, and it is close to the Kyiv. And I actually understood how the municipality has to act in the case of such military action from the neighboring country. So I wish to every member of municipalities or heads of municipalities to go to the site and visit it, because one thing is to have papers, write papers and think, but another thing is to go to this specific place in Ukraine and understand how they acted, what they did, and they had to make decisions. They shouldn't have wait for some orders from above. They had to act on spot, and for me it was a huge and great experience. Thank you for sharing experience. And now question to you, Sergey. You are the head of the Latgale Planning Region Development Council. So please tell, what are the main challenges municipalities could face in the future in the crisis situations? Hello, first of all, to everyone who is here. I would like to say thank you to Norwegian colleagues and also the ministry to be able to participate in this project. And also personally, I was able to get one benefit. I heard that after 2,700 years, my property is going to be on the coast of the sea. I calculated, okay, 100 meters in 30 years, and so I calculated when it's going to be. Okay. In general, I heard that Mr. Okmanis said that entrepreneurs from his region didn't have opportunity to participate in entrepreneurs projects, but we, as a ministry, also we got some kind of complaints from the Ministry of Education. Why you are trying to teach children? But what we actually did is something very valuable, because our children now are saying that we will go and we will study business and entrepreneurship. And this was a good result. Maybe also we should teach seniors, but I don't think it has to be priority. And then we are also being inspired when we receive those grants. People understand that they are needed for someone. And maybe, of course, you don't assign money to the Latgale region, because everybody is lacking money. It doesn't matter whether it's Zemgale region or Riga. Nobody is complaining that they have too much money. And so now we are not trying to convince that we need special investment in entrepreneurship, but the less money goes to the Latgale region, the further drones from Russia would fly. Because if we have no people here, then the risk is higher for the rest of the country. Because now in my village where I live, 2 people who live next to the border, they are selling their properties. There is a woman who is 55 years old, quite young, and some time ago we offered her, because her property is next to the former farm, cows shed of Soviet times. And it looked very perspective, but now she came to me and she said, I want to sell my property because people feel endangered, those who have the properties at the border. So we need state investments, national investments into our region, and there should be jobs and places where to work, and we will help people. Of course, we can say we don't need anyone living at the border. Of course, we can all move to Riga, no problem. But this we have to understand that this is a question of security if we have no one over there in our region. But what are your conclusions and ideas what to do in the future? So one is to support entrepreneurs, but then also there was a conversation about culture and other aspects. Yes, also the culture, Latgalian culture, it's not only language that we are promoting as our identity, and it's not only drinking this moonshine, Latgalian moonshine, but there are a lot of many other things to see, and opportunities for us to go to other regions and to learn. That was very important. In the Latgale region, we cannot develop culturally or in any other of sectors if we don't get experience from other countries, where each of our entrepreneurs who went to this exchange, all those who are successful entrepreneurs, they go to some foreign places and they learn. And also in the education, it's very important to share and get this experience. For example, if a young person, for example, goes to some place, and if you cannot invent your own ideas, you go somewhere else and you just steal, you kind of take over this idea. Let's call it inspiration, that you get inspired. Yes, we got inspired by other ideas and we implement it and we say it's innovation, it's a new product. For example, this youth house. I just wanted to say that, yes, There is guest house next to the lake, and there are a lot of challenges to open this guest house. You need the coordination, you need approval from many institutions. Yes, so, yeah, unfortunately, my grandparents' houses are empty in Latgale. They have moved out, but yeah, we still have a chance, yes, of course. Somebody said that maybe this is not future for young people, maybe for seniors we can move there. Okay, Ilse, what platforms and tools are in order to promote cooperation between municipal institutions, and are those platforms efficient enough? Yes, hello, thank you for this question. Hello to everyone who is here, and also those who are watching online. I believe we can speak about resilience within the context of this last discussion. We are very resilient, and many of us are still here, and I believe that you are also still watching us. But talking about what we see from the side of the public administration, everybody would agree that security and safety, this is the most important for us, the most important word. And if previously, when we spoke about safety, we thought to be safe against some natural disasters, but now we also speak about security. And here we link it also to being able to keep our population in our municipalities. And the safety and security is the foundation for all unfavorable situations. And therefore, at the national level, we are having two-speed approach. So one approach is for some accidents, unpredicted situations. So this is natural disasters and situations that we face more and more. And just a couple of numbers that we see from our ministry is that damage made by natural disasters, this is an issue, and therefore municipalities have to be more prepared for the future. And then also there is certain money assigned for those emergency situations. And we need to think about it, because in 2021 we were thinking about 35,000 for municipalities. But now in 2022 we are talking about 200,000 euros. But last year, for dealing with consequences of natural disasters, already 10 million euros were given to municipalities to recover losses. And so these numbers speak for themselves. And for long term, the country has prepared raising capacity, so to learn how to work with crisis. And the next program is to prepare documents how to work during crisis, strategies and plans. And then also investments into mitigating climate changes and also adaptation process. So in short, learn, plan, and do. So this is a 3-steps set, which is very useful for municipalities at this period, and which is also implemented. This is about natural disasters. And then there is another chapter related to security. So as consequences of actions by other people, various people. This is a competency of other ministry, but we as a ministry have developed a plan in cooperation with other ministries, because municipalities is the main element in this security issue, especially those that are borderline municipalities, to strengthen the capacity. And we are not working alone, but ministry is trying to ensure that the border is secure. And we work with cultural issues, information space, and also infrastructure. So infrastructure, so that all the services, education, and daily things can be ensured without any difference from the rest of the territory of Latvia. So this is the issue that, and also very important thing we need to achieve. So you were talking about these compensation opportunities in case of crisis, but what are the other mechanisms that the state can offer? So is there any new initiatives how to help municipalities to deal with crisis, or maybe some training? So what are your plans for the future in speaking about the ideal scenario? I will speak about real scenarios, not ideal. So we have training programs both for climate crisis or any other crisis, mitigation of those crises. They are available. Then talking about eastern border and threats for not only for Latvia but other countries as well. We have to address this issue together at the European level so that this territory is protected and more investments made and support. And this is planned for our ministry to cooperate with other Baltic countries and to not only to work alone, but also to receive the support from the European Union.
So this was quite a long conversation, a lot of insights and information, but before we finish, I would like to ask the Norwegian colleagues again, so maybe someone can answer what is the difference in cooperation in bilateral projects, like between the Baltic states? Thank you, Anna. You will be given a mic.
Well, I can just answer shortly on behalf of KS, the local and regional authorities in Norway, and we don't have any projects with Lithuania and Estonia. We have Latvia.
So that's why it's so quiet here.
Yeah. There is maybe other organizations in Norway who do that, and there is maybe some small project like study visits to each other, but nothing like the program we have with Latvia. Thank you.
Yes, we have a very big and large. Yeah. Here.
So maybe I should add in then, because we are a donor program partner also for Estonia. Lithuania, I don't have any experience. So,
but we always compete with Estonians, so that's important.
Yeah. Of course, the program in Estonia and Latvia are quite different. It's much less money in the Estonian program than in the Latvian program, but they have a broader aspects of issues in Estonia. And in Latvia, it's actually the only country where we have been involved in a project. For the others, we are more on the program level. And perhaps you will be disappointed, but I have to say that also the Estonians are quite professional and friendly.
We're very happy.
And
we
nice
need good neighbors
to cooperate with. So that is for both countries, yes.
That's good to hear, both for safety and from resilience. I think we need very strong neighbors. Thank you so much for taking the microphone. Es ceru, ka uz to jautājumu.
So I don't know who asked the question, but it was an interesting question, so I hope it was at least in some way answered. So thank you to our panelists, and while we are moving away from the stage and waiting for the informal part, I would like to invite the online and in-person participants to answer in one word to the question. So if you had to use one word to answer this question after what you heard in the conference and after all you gained and heard today and gained inspiration from, if you had to use one word to answer what is a smart local government, so a smart, safe and resilient municipality. So it can be a verb, it can be an adjective, it can be something creative, but smart, resilient municipality. So I'll think what could be my word. So I've I understood. So I see, okay, we have quick, innovational, dynamic, sustainable, mine. Then we have civil security, digital, dynamic, capable of making decisions, sensitive, patriotic people. We have Balvi, which is a city in the east of Latvia. So I agree with you because I'm from there. Cognitive thinking. Smart. But dynamic is still our leader. Oh, we have sustainable. We have Jelgava as well, another name of a municipality in all caps. Again, smart again. Loved. Of course. We can't live without love. Competent. Flexible, people-oriented.
Coordinating voice.
It's very beautiful. I think you can definitely take a picture and put it up on Instagram or Facebook. So the presentations and conversations, of course, show all of this, the greenness. So my word appears now. Oh, here it is. So it's cooperation. The word I would answer with is cooperation, because of love and safety and people-orientedness and all that. Progression and dynamics, all of this is cooperation. So thank you. This looks beautiful. Those of you who want to take a photo, you may. But before we finish, we have a little surprise for you, and this surprise will be visible on the screen. So, just a review of today.
Mēs apkopojām, kā jau, man liekas, Iveta to teica, ka viens video aizstāja 1000 vārdu, tādēļ lūdzu.
So I will give the floor to Iveta, who is going to be on the screen. So what associations do you have with the word Latvia? Beautiful, fatherland, beautiful, freedom, patriotism, Greenland. What do you associate with Norway? Friends, partners, cold but good. Trolls, fjords, something stable with a lot of values, financial instrument, smart local government. Iceland, friends, partners, geysers, volcanoes, wild nature, geysers, volcano. Liechtenstein, something very small, very beautiful land, small but very economically developed country, independent, very small, very cute country, something very far away, small country. What is the most significant gain from the grant projects? Just the Western experience, inspiration, new cooperation, opportunity for people to start their own businesses, to take over this wonderful practice in Norway in working with contemporary art in schools. What would you like to wish the participants today? To be glad for what you've done, good contacts, to have a good time, to have networks, and to have new cooperations, health, and to profit from all the good results we've achieved. Thank you. So a little gift to you. In this moment, I will say goodbye to our online viewers. So thank you to everyone who connected from the world all over, to us here in Liepāja through the screen, but to everyone present, I would like to thank you for participating today. I was very glad to talk to you yesterday and today, and as a participant of a representative